Ahora sí.
No estoy transmitiendo yo, señor.
2018, que es considerado uno de los premios más prestigiosos en el ámbito medioambiental. Sin más preámbulos, le doy la bienvenida a la vicepresidenta de Colombia, Francia Márquez. Vamos, vamos.
Muchísimas gracias, pueden tomar asiento. Antes de que las personas que se encuentran en el escenario reaccionen a la declaración, vamos a tener una serie de pequeñas palabras protocolares que justamente serán brindadas por distintas autoridades y me complace presentar a la primera de las autoridades. A continuación voy a presentar a la doctora Adriana López, vicerrectora administrativa y financiera. Es doctoranda en Educación y Sociedad de la Universidad de La Salle, magíster en Política Social de la Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, especialista en Evaluación Socioeconómica de Proyectos de la Universidad de Antioquia y economista de la misma universidad. Actualmente desempeña el cargo de vicerrectora administrativa y financiera de la Universidad de La Salle. La recibimos con un fuerte aplauso.
Muy buenos días. ¿Cómo se encuentran? No parece. ¿Cómo se encuentran? Ese es un muy buen recibimiento, ¿o no? Ok, muy bien. Pues es un honor para mí darles la bienvenida a la Universidad de La Salle, su casa, que hoy los acoge con mucha fraternidad, con mucho cariño y sobre todo con una gran expectativa. Nuestra casa es una casa de estudio comprometida con el desarrollo humano integral y sostenible. En nombre del hermano Niki Alexander Murcia, rector de nuestra universidad, queremos expresar nuestro agradecimiento por permitirnos ser uno de los aliados de la Cumbre Climática de la Juventud RCOY Latinoamérica 2023. Y especialmente agradecer a cada uno de los jóvenes que decidieron participar de manera presencial y virtual en este enorme reto de reflexionar y debatir sobre un tema tan necesario y trascendental como lo es el cambio climático. De igual manera, brindo un saludo muy especial para la doctora Francia Márquez, nuestra vicepresidenta de la República. Bienvenida a la Universidad de La Salle. A la doctora Carolina Urrutia, secretaria de Medio Ambiente de Bogotá, al doctor Demian Reicher, representante regional para Colombia y Venezuela de la Fundación Hans Seidel, al doctor Carlos Aguilar, coordinador regional de Política Climática de Oxfam, a la doctora Marta Castillo, directora de Asesoramiento Técnico en Biodiversidad y Clima de la CAF, a la doctora María Inés Ruz Sañartu, embajadora de Chile, a la doctora Susana Muhammad, ministra de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible de Colombia, al doctor Julio César Sandoval, decano de la Facultad de Ingeniería de la Universidad de La Salle, y a todas las personas que hacen parte del equipo organizador de este importante evento. ClimaLab, Pacto por el Clima, Sustentabilidad sin Frontera, 1.5, EcoHouse y todos aquellos a los que no hago mención de pronto por desconocimiento. Hoy los acogemos en nuestra alma mater, una universidad que tiene en su ADN.
We are here in our university that has always promoted a space for innovation and technology. It has been carrying out different research and endeavors about sustainability and climate impact, and it is growing here in the region, promoting integral development, transformation of society, diversity of thoughts, and production and communication, individual and collective. We are a university that promotes knowledge, inclusion, advocacy in society, citizen participation, and the acknowledgement of multiplicity and diversity. By being leaders, we want to communicate and spread the word. This has motivated us for being part of this event, because we are convinced about the importance of active participation, especially of youth, in the analysis and in the formulation of new policies. Your contributions are essential tackling climate change. So thank you so much for accepting this challenge. As a university, we know that our young people initiatives are very important. They have called the attention of everybody here in Colombia and in Latin America. One, being aware about the incident. Young people are aware of the seriousness and of climate change and the consequences that we have in the long run. This awareness motivates you to formulate proposals and invite us to be active and work shoulder by shoulder. Innovation and creativity. With events such as RCOY 2023, you have been contributing new perspectives to be able to resolve different climate issues that we are all facing. Your good attitude and being able to think creatively is essential to find different solutions. Your activism, you are a strong force to promote different climate protests around the world. You have been able to move communities and to have an impact. Your attitude is key to formulate new policies in different levels and regions. Young people will have to live with the consequences of climate change during many decades. Therefore, they have expressed their concern in dealing with these issues and make sure that proposals are made. The problem of climate change demands everybody's action, participation of different actors, and initiatives to produce a real change. To be able to do this, they have asked that we need a solid education and training. This will enable us to understand this problem better and to reach good solutions. Being able to have access to information and to education is also essential. This demands financial funds so as to be able to support these activities. Young people should have the chance to be able to participate in decision-making, locally, internationally, as regards climate policies. Their voices should be heard and considered. Being more aware is very important. You have your social networks and other platforms to be able to educate people as regards climate change and the crisis that we're facing. In this way, you have had access to different pieces of information and you have become more aware about our situation. You are leaders and want to be also decision makers. In events such as RCOY, you will be able to reflect nationally and internationally, and you'll be able to share your experiences and your country's experiences and different proposals to face this difficult situation. Today, we know that you, as a group, represent a key role in the fight against climate change, and your active participation is key to be able to face this regionally and internationally. Your activism and your awareness are fundamental to be able to put this topic in the limelight. We need solid proposals, and we hope, on behalf of the University of La Salle, a successful experience. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Adriana. And thank you to this hosting university. It has been a group effort and we're very glad to be here today. So we will carry on with Julio César Sandoval's work, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering. He studied industrial engineering in Los Andes University. He had a master in business and he has specialized in project management. He was Dean of the Faculty of Bosque, and now he's the Dean of Engineering Faculty of University of La Salle. Let's welcome him with a big clap. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you today. Vice Minister, Vice Presidents, good morning. My greetings to all the authorities and the youngsters of Latin America. I want to say something quickly. How many of you study or have studied engineering? Wow, amazing, excellent. At the University of La Salle, we ratify our commitment to sustainable engineering. And engineering is interdisciplinary. And we're happy that we have almost 30% of engineering surrounded by other professions, because in this way we can build on society. And this is something that very important that we work on in our Faculty of Engineering. In our faculty, we work in a society that has a lot of needs and challenges, and we make them, we turn them into projects, which we work with 4 emphases: energetic and environmental areas, technology, sustainable culture, and the management of natural resources. And we work on automation and productivity. These 4 areas from which we develop projects, we generate 3 substantive areas, which are teaching. We teach knowledge through a team of professors who are highly trained. We develop new knowledge through researchers who have been prepared to generate new knowledge, to use technology in favor of our climate, our land, and sustainability. And of course, we do knowledge transference. We don't keep the knowledge ourselves, but we put it for society to use. And we use innovation and technology in engineering. It's very important to recognize and understand that these elements make engineering be able to help society to have a positive impact on life quality of people and all living beings in our planet. Furthermore, we are able to have a positive impact on well-being. You, the youngsters, are the future of our country and the world. It's in your hands. It's in your hands of the development of technology with the awareness, with the passion and the love for our planet. With that, we will move forward. Thank you. Welcome to University of La Salle, the Faculty of Engineering, which is committed to environment. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good journey today. Thank you so much. Now I am pleased to present Maria Inés Ruz Sañerto. She is an expert in international relations, very well trained in international businesses. She has worked as international counselor and analyst in different ministries in Chile. Do we have people from Chile here? She has developed policies for during her role as ambassador in El Salvador, promoting public policies in education, gender, and diversity, and also technologies related to Resolution 1325 with the Ministry of La Paz. Currently, she is Chile's ambassador in Colombia. Let's greet her with a big hand.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you to the University La Salle Authority and everybody present here in this young people delegation. Please don't trust my CV, because I have been the Colombian ambassador, and this has been a great responsibility, because Chilean people have a lot to learn. Colombia is an important country in the region. It's a very important country for strategic objectives in Latin America, and Being here is a great challenge, a great commitment. I am here so as to be able to learn from this beautiful panel. Okay. My embassy sent me a note recently saying that I was going to participate in this conference. And I didn't imagine, since I opened the computer and I read what this conference was about, I didn't imagine how important it was. When I saw you here present today, this makes more vivid to me because young people are the ones that are going to build our future, our country. This is for you, a big applause for you. My generation that has been fighting for achieving revolutions and changes is a generation that unfortunately has failed, because there is no doubt when we look at our planet, we are seeing how our planet is getting deteriorated and harmed. Therefore, the challenge that young people are facing today, together with their community, is to do research, to study, to get trained, to diagnose, that you are able, a society that doesn't investigate is a society that is illiterate, and we cannot make any changes. Therefore, you have a great challenge before you with this fight against climate change. And during the pandemic month, we have seen that we have been able to move forward so as to be able to reach a final declaration to fight against climate change. In this regard, I can tell you that I'm very satisfied and pleased because my country, especially our current government, is dealing with these issues with solid policies, with environmental policies that understand which are the measures that should be taken to protect our oceans, that has to do with energetic transformation, and that had an impact in Colombia. We have been having different spaces, as it's not something that has just started. We have been working on this hand in hand together in multilateral forums, but today we have a strong alliance as regards this topic. In energetic transition, you know that a new bill has just been passed connected to lithium, and we want to exchange experiences with Colombia also in mining activities that also affects the environment, and we are working hand in hand with an initiative that has been recently launched in Santiago, and this shows that our country in Latin America are able to work hand in hand and to build an energetic reserve. And I asked the engineering ministry, it is possible? Is it a big dream? And he told me, it looks impossible, but we have to start. And that's why we have been working together on an energetic transition and climate change. And we're also been working to share our experiences as regards experimental development and satellite development. We have been using different technologies, and other countries in Latin America, especially in South America, have been sharing their research and their works and their technology as regards satellite development. This is something wide, and it includes different activities. But in this conference, we are going to deal with this because we find it a very important topic. Congratulations to La Salle University for offering this space and this conference Congratulations, everybody present here, and good luck. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias a María
Thank you
Inés.
so much, Maria Inés.
Ahora continuamos con
Now we will continue with Susana Muhammad Gonzalez. She's a politologist. Big hand for her.
Susana es una politóloga
Susana is a politologist, environmentalist, Colombian politic from the 7th of August 2022. She has been the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to welcome you to Colombia, to the state. You have been here for 3 days with intense debates on the face of what this COP28 will be. To me, what really interests me the most are the conclusions, your conclusions. From the government of Colombia, we don't believe that it is possible to move forward on the climate agenda, which is practically the agenda on how to reconstruct civilization, how to reconstruct a way of living. But in a world with such a high uncertainty regarding the conditions, life conditions, to continue creating new life and to continue creating the possibility of having this same human civilization. Therefore, we have a challenge towards the unknown. And this challenge involves adapting permanently to constantly changing conditions, which are also uncertain. The global balance will show us that instead of reducing to 43% the emissions until 2030, the last window of opportunities that we will have in order to stop climate warming in more than 2 grades for the next century, we are heading toward an increase of 20% of emissions. This is the last window because emissions and particles in the atmosphere are accumulated during 100 years. Its warming effect lasts 100 years. Therefore, this decade is the most important decade. And this is not an ideological or political issue. This is a geophysical problem, which you have to accept or not. And it will define the perspectives of human existence and its possibility. Something for sure, this way of living won't last forever. And as young people who were born in the 21st century, the projection is to look from the very root and all the possibilities of human knowledge in our own cultures, in our own countries, to find that transition. It's a transition that the nature will make, and also a transition for human civilization and its way of living in a planet that won't have the same conditions that generated life and the development of human species in the world. That is the reality of the 21st century. And Colombia's government considers that this reflection it's very important to move forward in global policies if we don't have a social global mobilization facing the power regarding these interests who try to avoid this reality. While the political world avoids this reality, they try to make a transition, but trying to sustain that status quo as it is right now. And this won't, this will hinder a transition. So what we need as pillars of power to transform the situation is a global mobilization in which many governments and in democratic systems are also temporary. Because today we can have a certain government in Colombia which is committed, totally committed to this end and looking for the answers in our own transition at the national level, in our own land situation and our own vulnerabilities. But in 4 or 3 years, we may have a government that is opposed to these policies. So where is the stability pillar for change, for transformation in the future? Towards a generation that is really trying to fight for its place in as humankind. And this global balance should generate an answer, a very brave answer that can tackle paradigms and systems, whole systems of how we work today. From Colombia, very humbly, we have proposed a reform to the global financial system as one of these transformation pillars, immediate transformation pilots. If we were able to act in response to COVID, breaking with all the normal systems at the social and economic level, we should be able to understand that this climate emergency is exactly this. It has the same dimension. Why? Because we only have 7 years to make a transformation of full systems to get these results. 7 years for transformation means an emergency. So we have to think this again. So we have a proposal here made by Colombia, such as having special rights for turns to generate financial strategies for governments to invest in cases of emergency to get the transformations that we need. And secondly, nature. How are we going to make nature our ally? Because nature and the natural systems are also transitioning. And how are we going to facilitate from our human action a regenerative economy of nature, which strengthens nature so that this transition can protect us as well? So these will be 2 topics. And the last one, which is the topic of the COP declaration, should state very clearly what we call in English phase out of fossil fuels. We need that the word fossil fuels be part of the diplomatic words of COP. Not even the Paris Agreement talks about this. The Paris Agreement talks about reducing emissions. Meanwhile, this other industry of petrol and coal continues increasing. They continue exploring petrol and coal in the Arctic, and that is impossible. We have to talk about that. We have to have this debate, and in this sense, you can count on Colombia with President Gustavo Petro, with Vice President Francia Marquez, as a country that will talk about this topic, looking for a coalition of countries who can put forward these topics. Our best allies are the Isles. We are working in Africa, and we are hoping that in Panama, in the meeting of ministers of environment and other countries of the region can join so that we have a joint voice and solve the problems that we haven't been able to solve in our region. We are not we don't negotiate as a bloc. We have our own perspectives among the countries. Meanwhile, Africa moves forward with a lot of strength. They have a common view, and Africa is able of negotiating for their own interests, while we here are still divided. So see you on the Arab Emirates. And we are looking forward to all your conclusions so that we can include them as well in our final proposal from Colombia. Thank you so much.
Qué bonito que es escuchar tomadores de decisión que se comprometen a leer
How
nuestra
nice it is to listen to our decision makers that are committed so that we can achieve our goals. Now, I will give the floor And I will invite Demian Reger.
economista de profesión,
He's an
con
economist,
interés especial en políticas públicas y desarrollo.
and he has
Su
specialized
carrera
in public
internacional
policy.
inició en Mongolia con la Agencia de
He
Cooperación
has
Alemana FACE.
been
Posteriormente se
recognized
desarrolló en el proyecto
in
regional
Mongolia.
África Occidental de la
He's
Fundación
working in
Hans
Africa
Seidel
Occidental
como
Project,
director para Ghana.
and
Entre
he's the
2015 y
director
2021,
of Ghana from
Demian ejerció el
2015
cargo
to
de representante
2021.
regional de HCS
She's a
para
regional
Centroamérica y el
representative
Caribe. Desde el
for
2021 es representante regional de la Fundación Hans
Hans
Seidel
Seidel,
para Colombia y Venezuela y lo recibimos con un fuerte
and
aplauso.
also is a representative for Colombia and Venezuela. Let's give him a big applause.
Y además, si se me permite, mientras sube contar una anécdota,
And while we wait for him, I want to share an
que lo cuento
anecdote.
en menos de 12 horas, se le expresó una necesidad
In less of
durante
12
el primer
hours,
día de esta conferencia.
we
En tiempo récord, en
invited
menos de
him
24
for the
horas, se
conference, and in less than
comprometiera,
24 hours,
se cotizó, se consiguió, se
he
adelantó,
accepted the
se
invitation.
realizó una coordinación genial entre
He
la coordinación
coordinated
y su apoyo y pudimos tener
everything,
los almuerzos del día de ayer para 250 personas.
and
Así
we
que
could have
gracias.
access to lunch yesterday for all the people present here. So thank you so much.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
A todos.
Thank you so much.
Qué gusto estar aquí nuevamente con
I am
ustedes.
pleased to be here again with you.
Para mí es un honor y es un
I'm honored,
privilegio,
and it's a
tomando en cuenta el alto nivel
privilege,
de las autoridades que nos acompañan,
taking
estar aquí
into
como
account
representante de Hans Seidel, de la Fundación Hans Seidel en
all the
Colombia,
authorities and heads
en
of
esta
states that are
hermosa
here,
Universidad de La
representing
Salle,
Hans Seidel
en la clausura de la Conferencia
institution,
Climática de la Juventud
closing the conference of RCOY
RCOY Latam
2023 for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Y lo que acaban de mencionar
And
mis
what
colegas,
it has just been
también
said
se
about me,
debe a la
this is
generosa,
related
digamos,
to the generous
disposición que tiene el pueblo alemán
disposition that the
cuanto
German
a
people
la
have.
facilidad que nosotros
We
tenemos
have
como
been
Fundación
offered
Seidel de acceder a esos fondos y en algunas
access
ocasiones,
to
pues,
funds and
poderlas
facilities
asignar
to be able
según
to
nuestra propia
assign them
decisión. Así que
to the conference.
el agradecimiento también es para
So
el
we
pueblo
should
alemán
thank
y
the German
la
people
misión que me trajo acá a Colombia.
for having able to be here today.
Quisiera, en primer
I
lugar,
want to,
extender un saludo muy
in the first
especial
place, to
a la señora
greet
vicepresidenta de Colombia,
especially to the Colombian Vice President,
ganadora del
Mrs.
Gold
Marker.
Environmental Prize, también
She has been
conocida como
awarded the
Greta
Environmental
Thunberg,
Prize
por su notorio liderazgo y
for
esfuerzo
her
en el
leadership
ambiental en el país.
in this area.
La habíamos conocido,
So
ya habíamos
congratulations.
compartido en algunos espacios, no sé si usted se acuerda. Yo ciertamente sí me acuerdo.
And we have
Y pues
been sharing different practices with her,
qué gusto poderla recibir
and
en
I am
este
pleased
marco. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
to welcome her
Felicidades
here in
también a
this
los
conference,
organizadores por
and
haber
congratulations
gestionado
also to the organizers
esta
for having
participación.
able to organize and host this event.
También quisiera, por
I want
supuesto,
to
saludar
thank
a la ministra de
and greet
Ambiente,
the Environmental
a
Ministry
la señora embajadora de Chile.
and the Vice
Gracias
Ambassador
por
for Chile.
acompañarnos.
Thank you
El
for being here
rector
with us.
de la Universidad de La Salle
And I want to thank
y a
the
todas las
University La
autoridades de la
Salle
universidad.
Dean
Muchísimas gracias por prestarnos
and
sus
everybody present
instalaciones
here.
y recibirnos acá en su casa. Para mí
Thank you for
es un
having
gran gusto.
inviting us here. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Y dar la bienvenida también a Carolina Urrutia,
And we want to
secretaria
welcome
de
Carolina
Ambiente de
Urrutia,
Bogotá, y a todos los
Secretary
organismos
of
que nos
Environment in
acompañan
Bogota, and
en esta
everybody
ocasión,
present here in
que
this occasion
se han sumado a esta importante iniciativa
and
porque al igual que
are
nosotros creen
participating
en
in
las
this event
acciones y en el impacto de la
because they
juventud
believe in the
en las políticas
impact
climáticas.
of climate policies.
Señora vicepresidenta, le comento que
Mrs.
Hans Seidel
Vice
es
President,
un organismo de cooperación alemana,
I want to tell you that our institution is a
es un
cooperative German
organismo que
enterprise.
pertenece a la familia de la cooperación
It's an
alemana en el
organism
mundo, que trabaja en 70
that
países alrededor del mundo
has
y que
wide
lleva en
recognition
Colombia
around the world,
unos 30 países trabajando,
and we have been
siempre en
working with 30
temas
countries around
de
the world,
liderazgo juvenil,
always
participación
in
política, de fortalecimiento
young people
institucional,
leadership
de
and
integración
institutional
socioeconómica, de
participation
paz y de
in
acción
social
climática.
economic activities
Y
towards climate change.
pues tenemos oficinas en toda la región, como ya había mencionado
We have
antes,
offices and venues all around the
en muchos
region,
países de los que nos han
in
venido
many countries
a visitar acá y les invito
that,
nuevamente a que
that are visiting us here today.
hagan esos enlaces, a que conozcan nuestras oficinas,
And I invite you to
porque es
enter
así
our
que
web
podamos
pages and links so as
conectar
to be aware of
y buscar
our
las
work,
sinergias
so that
a
we
nivel
connect
regional
and
de
work
lo que
together
hemos
shoulder by
planeado en este
shoulder.
marco. Desde el primer día, cuando tuve la
This
oportunidad
day,
de participar en la
when I
inauguración
had
de esta
the chance to
cumbre y conocer
participate
un poco sobre los
in
grandes
this summit,
esfuerzos que cada uno de ustedes
and when I
realiza en
got
sus
get in
países
touch
y
with
sobre todo sobre esas redes que
the work that you have been doing and about the countries' networks that you have built. If I'm not wrong, there are more than 200 organizations that are participating directly or indirectly. When I heard about this, I learned about this, I was touched, deeply touched, because I realized that in this RCOY frame, we're going to have fruitful dialogues that are going to strengthen our ties. And we are going to achieve a greener planet. The presentation of the declaration towards COP28 has introduced the ability to generate joint activities, and it's also going to have an answer to your fights. You, as young people from Latin America, are given a good example because you believe in a group commitment, you believe in climate justice, and I want to congratulate you for this. I want to remind you that this fight, it's a fight that's not going to be over after this summit. We're going to introduce your proposal to society, and we hope that we all can take an active part. And we have the need to work shoulder by shoulder so as to be able to achieve more significant action. Here in Colombia, Latin America, and worldwide, we have a big potential so as to be able to take care of our environment. And we firmly believe in the importance of education, of training, and of the promotion of environmental policies so as to be able to develop sustainable goals. We are here to collaborate with you and to give you our permanent support. Therefore, in COP22, as I have mentioned before, we and Van Sayden want to announce that we'll send some delegates to Colombia. Joana Pantevis, she's a specialist in the Amazons, and she's going to represent Colombia nationally, and Foundation Van Sayden. She, as an expert on climate change, will also represent Aborigines.
She will make up this delegation along with the other colleagues and delegates from our offices in Latin America. And I hope that when she's there, those who can attend can get in touch with her, with Joanna. And I also want to announce that in Colombia, we are going to continue cultivating the fruits of RCOY after the opening of an environmental leadership course, which we offer with Los Andes University and the Secretary of the Government of Bogota. And we are inviting all the leaders in Bogota to partake in this training course, which will strengthen their processes and environmental initiatives here in the city of Bogota. Will be completely free of cost through scholarships for environmental leaders. So we have shown that we have willingness and ability, and you as young people are currently the hope and the energy that this world needs. Let's keep this inspiration with a collective spirit and the strong commitment of building a world in which nature is not a means of economic accumulation. Thank you so much for participating. Congratulations. All the best. Thank you so much. Honorable Vice President Francia Márquez. Respected Ambassador of Chile, María Inés, respected Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, Susana Muhammad, Secretary of Environment, Carolina Rutia, and other authorities, special guests from Latin America, and other people here who are joining us in this space. Good morning to everyone. My name is Joana Cifuentes. I was born in this city today hosts this environmental summit, RCOY 2023. As the capital of our country, it's a city that hosts local people and visitors from other regions. And this makes this place a very diverse place and also a place that helps us meet and understand stories of other people who come from other lands. Through these stories, I was able to learn about the wonders of my country, highlighting its cultural and ecosystem wealth. I found the great god Swa, the Amazonic god that we share with other countries, but who is a treasure of the whole humanity. Our um, uh, our lands in Bogota, our mountains, rivers, and valleys. However, through these people have learned stories about war, fight, resistance, and also about reconciliation, stories that have gone deep into myself, in which climate change has also been a protagonist or an antagonist in history. But what am I saying? It's not climate change, but people, corporations, authorities who have had a main role in all this, who have decided during years to pollute, unprotect, stop doing and stop listening. The fight of the country people and in the moors of San Germán, this is a fight for climate change. What will happen if we stop having water? The fights of the communities in the Amazonas to stop being displaced by the overgrowth of the agriculture industry. That is a great fight in the climate change fight, because how are we going to look after our forests and woods? The wheelchair ports who live there, they are suffering injustices. What temperature will our planet reach if we continue exploiting fossil fuels? How can our generation and the generations to come will deal with these consequences? And all this is repeated in several of our countries without leaving behind the fact that this fight is putting into risk the lives of many people who are being threatened and killed in Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico. These are the most dangerous countries in the region. And you, Vice President, have also faced this fight. So we can't look away. We can't just pretend that nothing's going on and just blame the climate change, because climate change is a physical phenomenon which has been caused and accelerated by humankind. But which humanity? The present humanity, the previous one, which one? For sure, the previous one took very bad decisions. But the question that we should all ask ourselves here right now is, will we continue taking the same decisions, making the same decisions? Will we continue blaming somebody else? Will we continue leaving ourselves alone in this path? Or will we make alliances to construct together a more vibrant, fair, and regenerative future? So, Vice President and all the authorities and guests here, I wanted to ask you, I wanted to know that you should know what to do in the face of this climate crisis. This won't be possible if thousands of people are doing their activist fight while other people are trying to do the best they can. And that includes the young people. That's why we meet together here, hundreds of young people who represent individual and collective leadership, such as the one, my organization and many others that work here in Colombia and Latin America. We meet here to feel that we are not alone on this path, to feel again that we still have hope and that we can create a new path towards reconciliation with nature, reconnection among everybody, to speak in the name of hope and Colombia and Latin America united. Thank you so much. Here, I would like to award a special paper, which is our declaration. Youngsters of Latin America, young people who are here present, the ones who weren't able to come because they don't have economic access, but who made an effort, who are listening to us, who have been working more than 10,000 hours, and all the young people from Latin America for several months working here. They are all in this proposal, from the proposal to implementation, in this youth declaration to be incorporated, implemented by you. Because without your help, we are nothing. But without youth, you are nothing as well.
A continuación, vamos a brindarle la oportunidad
Now we're going to give you the chance of giving us writing some words, and then we're going to sign the declaration. The floor is yours.
Muy buenos días a todos, todas,
Good
todes.
morning, everyone.
Saludo y celebro que en
I
Colombia
greet
tenemos
you
el
and I celebrate that here in Colombia, in this city of Bogota, we are hosting this Youth Climate Summit of Latin America. I want to greet especially the organizers of this summit and Latin American youth of RCOY and the environmental organizations of young people in the region who are giving all their best to contribute to this fight against climate change. I greet the Ambassador of Chile, Maria Inés Ruiz, and the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, Maria Susana Muhammad Gonzalez, Vice Dean, Administrative and Financial Assistance, Adriana Lopez, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Julio César Sandoval, Foundation Open Society, their director, their associate director, Hugo Tovar, the Office of Senior Programs, and Aguairo. I also greet the Regional Director for Latin America, the OSFA, Gloria Garcia, Director in charge of Technical Assistance on Biodiversity and Climate of the Latin American Development Bank, CAT, Marta Castillo, to the Secretary of Environment of Bogota, Carolina Rutia, Regional Representative for Colombia and Venezuela, Hans Seidel Foundation, Damon Rehard. I greet especially all the members of the indigenous population, Raizal, Balenqueros, Afro-descendants, farmers, LGBTQ+, people with disabilities who are here, and in general, all those who are fighting for continuing defending life in the big house. I greet the mass media, teachers who are here. I think that I celebrate that today Latin American youth who are here and many others who are not here, the ones we don't know whether they are or not, but they do exist and they fight from every corner of the world. And many times they don't know that they are fighting against climate change, but they are doing it. This was what I used to do when I was 13 years old. By accompanying my community, I was fighting to defend the river, our land, as a space, as a life space. And maybe with women who didn't know how to read and write, such as Paulina Balanca, but with their wisdom, they taught me that land is father and mother, that the river is father and mother, and you shouldn't attack your mother and your father. That was the way in which I learned to face the challenges of what looking after life implies, facing these challenges nowadays, facing climate change, facing the extinction of life in our planet. Indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant have a lot to give, a lot to teach. I didn't learn in the academy how to defend the river. I didn't learn in the academy how to defend life, the mountain, the woods. I learned it with my grandmother, who didn't know how to read and write, but who used to tell me that the land for us was freedom. The land for us was freedom. Without it, we wouldn't be able to exist. I learned this in my community. I think that sometimes we underestimate this knowledge, this traditional knowledge. Sometimes academy disregards this or don't or underscore it. But when you listen, old people, indigenous and Afro-descendant old people, you can find many of the answers that today humankind is looking desperately in order to face death, in order to face destruction. The sustained fight with women from the north, the Cauca, who have put their bodies to confront illegal mining, to confront exploitation of economic model of development that started with slavery, not with colonialism, which has to be considered today if we want to talk about adaptation towards the climate change. Because unfortunately, as I said before, the same populations, the same peoples who have historically suffered exploitation, physical exploitation, are the same ones who are suffering the effects and consequences of climate change. I celebrate that Latin American youth are uniting and giving one voice in the face of this challenge. Unfortunately, this doesn't happen with our governments. As the ministry Susana has just said, Colombia is doing all its best efforts to start this energetic transition, to transform the economic model of death based on extractivism towards an economic model that sustains life based on production. They look at us as if we're crazy because we talk and we say that we have to stop, that we have to transform energetic matrix based on these fossil fuels towards clean energies and clean and sustainable energies. They think that we are crazy. That's the way they treat President Petro and everybody, because believe in this, but that's not all of Latin America's view. That's not the view of all the governments of Latin America. A month ago, I took part, along with the ministry, we went to the climate summit in Africa, and I came back with a lot of hope of seeing how Africa as a bloc is demanding climate change actions and transformation to start this challenge that we are living. Africa, as the ministry has just said, and as we are trying to do right now, Africa is proposing a reform to the international financial system, which is an unfair financial system with the developing countries, as they call them. We don't have enough resources for climate action. We have to think whether we pay the debt or if we invest on adaptation and mitigation towards climate change. And we most of the time have to pay the debt instead of choosing life in our communities and our peoples. That's why Gustavo Petro is talking about debt for climate swaps. These are the proposals that our government is going to bring forward to COP28. But these are also the proposals that Africa and the Caribbean are making, because we know that the Caribbean is also suffering in an unproportionate way the effects of climate change since the increase of the level of the seas. Today, we have the opportunity for the countries in the South unite, join in one voice to defend life. We're not the greatest responsibles of this very hard situation that we are facing today. We are in the planet, we are not the greatest emitters of these gases, but we are the countries who are suffering the worst consequences. And this means that we have to join our voices to propose to the world and to humanity a solution. So let me say this again. I celebrate that Latin America, the Caribbean are working in a block, working together in the same proposals. We would like that our sibling countries or our government, beyond the political views, that today, I mean, climate change is not choosing a side. Climate change is affecting everyone the same way, especially the most vulnerable populations. So this means that we have to restate this commitment. I'm living here with a lot of hope, being part of the national government, of seeing young people active, committed. I celebrate that you are issuing a declaration, that this declaration will have will be heard at the COP, where decisions will be taken, and we cannot continue putting our decision on the wait list. As the ministry just said, we have to mobilize at the global level, forcing these hegemonic leaders to take action right now regarding the climate change. And this happens also, this is also because we only think about the macro political problems, but we also have to think at the micro level, in our own houses, in our own community. We have to defend life and climate in action. It shouldn't be just discourse or nice words. This has to be translated into concrete action. Concrete actions such the ones that the people implement in their own lands, such as the ones that you are doing right now. That's why this government is taking up the challenge of the energetic transition as a concrete action for change and transformation for this country, which will contribute in a significant way to facing the challenge of climate change. And finally, I want to say that Vice Presidency, through a group of young people, have created a program called Young People Keepers of Nature, Jóvenes Guardianes de la Naturaleza. This program was launched some days ago in the north of the Cauca, Santander de Quiliachao. And I was very happy because we invited 500 young people and 1,000 young people arrived, excited, with a lot of zest and willingness to do something, to change their lands, wanting to do something for life, very motivated. The objective of this program is to launch, to boost circular economy and to generate economic opportunities and access to education for young people. We hope that this program will expand all over the country so that these things that we call rubbish can generate an impact, so that we can transform this into a great movement of young people in our country from science, technology, engineering, as today they mentioned, and I'm very happy that engineering is at the service of life, because many times engineering, and I am not making a generalization, but mostly engineering was at the service of death. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment. Continue raising your voices. Continue using your hands, your body, your being, your spirit, everything to defend life. We won't do this alone. We need an active youth, a mobilized or mobilizing youth, a creative youth who helps make the changes and the transformations that the moment demands, that this moment calls. Thank you, and we'll keep on working together until dignity is something normal.
A continuación vamos a hacer
Now we are going to give some presents from young people, and as with a safety protocol, we're going to make a picture to record this moment of this declaration, which is historic. So please pay attention to my considerations. So you please turn around because the photographer will be on this side, and the people who are on the first line, please. Okay, here we are giving you a small present. Paloma, can you tell us a little bit about this present? Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Washington Caravari Torres. I am from Buenaventura, from the Colombian Pacific. Thank you so much for being here, Vice President. It's a pleasure for us to be, so that you are here. Your work is so valuable in defense of life and lands. And here, on behalf of the Association of Women from the field, here we have a chip of papachina and some snacks as part of this dynamic of this transformation activity. So we are offering you the products of our lands and also supporting our circular economy. So we give you all these products with a lot of love so that you can enjoy it in your lands.
Paloma.
Bueno, hola, acá estoy, Paloma Costa. Katia Ustarte.
Okay, Paloma Costa, this is Katia Ostante from La Guajira. I'm here from Brazil with the RCOY team and the other young people who are here to participate this conference. We want to give you our official bag with the book and the cup. And apart from that, we want to thank you for being here, for your fight, for supporting the work that we are doing. It's very nice to know that we can count on government, and next Latin American Cup will be hosted in Brazil, so we continue seeing each other.
Ahora voy a invitar
Now I'm going to invite
a que lentamente se giren.
you to turn around slowly so that we can take a picture. Please, the first row, enter through the right, and the second line, enter through the left side to the
Donde todos nos veamos y podamos hacer la entrega de la declaración. Sí, no. Todos aquellos que tengan
to the
banderas
stage so that we can make a picture. All those people who have a flag of their country, please, no political flags or just country flags. And if you don't have any flags, don't come, because otherwise we will have only one flag. So we're going to greet with our hands,
Sin banderas, lo siento.
no flags,
Todos tienen porque a muchos se las quitamos con sus
because
maestros.
not many of you have your flags.
Lo cual al final del día somos una sola Latinoamérica.
But anyways, at the end of the day, it's only one Latin America, so why do we need so many flags?
Quédense tranquilos que todos van a
Please
ser
be
vistos,
cool.
porque vamos a hacer una
You will all
panorámica.
be seen because we will make a panoramic picture.
Aguárdenme y vamos
So
a hacer un
hold,
conteo
bear
de
with
segundos.
me.
¿Bien?
We are going to make a countdown.
Estimados, los vamos a invitar a un pequeño break. Pueden
We
entrar.
invite you to a short break. You can go through the right side to drink a cup of coffee. Please have a small break, and we greet all the authorities.
Alerta, alerta al que camina, a lucha ambientalista por América Latina. Izquierda, izquierda, ambientalista. Será siempre ambientalista. Somos las voces que cantan, somos los cuerpos que marchan, somos las manos que protegen, somos un fuego que crece, rompiendo el hábito, ajustando el rumbo, una nueva forma de habitar el mundo. Cuido y respeto a la madre tierra, soy la semilla que crece en ella. Somos la fuerza de la regeneración, la que se opone a tanta destrucción. Somos la fuerza de la regeneración, Latinoamérica en un solo corazón. Somos la juventud que está despierta, con la mente y el corazón alerta. El contrapeso que equilibra la balanza. Somos la fuerza que no se cansa.
climática es justicia para el pueblo, todo el mundo, una sola causa. Cuidar el aire, las semillas, las aguas, pues son la vida, el sustento y nuestra casa. De la regeneración, la que se opone a tanta destrucción. Somos la fuerza de la regeneración. Latinoamericano, solo corazón.
Somos a força da regeneração. Aqui se opõe a tanta destruição. Somos a força da regeneração. América Latina em um só coração.
Hola, hola a todos. Les pido por favor que nos ayuden con el tema de la medición de huella de carbono. En verdad, muy importante que participemos la mayor cantidad de todos los que estamos aquí presentes. Entonces, para que llenen el QR, gracias.
Generación, latinoamericano, un solo corazón. Y ajustando el rumbo, una nueva forma de habitar el mundo. Cuido y respeto a la madre tierra, soy la semilla que crece en ella. Juventud despierta, mente y corazón alerta. Somos la juventud despierta, mente y corazón alerta.
Sonido, sonido.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien. Oye, ¿tienes bandera?
No,
Ah, rayos.
Díaz.
Ve por ahí. Abre el video. ¿Cuánto quería caridad, boludo? Un poco más, me letra la introducción a la conclusión. Esta carrera te la sí, claro. No, y cuando empezó. Arquitectura financiera, tío. Cuando empezó a ver. Sí, porque es como soy tirando salga
¿Quiere que anuncie lo de la asistencia? Ahora.
Díaz.
Bien. ¿Tenemos cuánto de break? Vengan,
No,
vengan,
sábado.
equipo, vengan acá, la foto, ven, foto acá. Los que mira, están en fila, no han ni podido salir.
Ah, no. Consulta, la autoridad no mal, salió mal. Nada se notó, nada se notó.
Autoridades, ¿se están yendo?
No se quedaron. O sea, la verdad es que no se quedaron. Pero van a ver autoridades para saber cómo enfocar más o menos las cosas. O sea, no lo sé, no tengo la adivina si se levantan y se van, pero o sea, se deberían quedar, podrían quedarse ya.
Vamos a ir invitándolos a que vuelvan al auditorio para que continuemos con este eventazo. Así que vayan recuperando sus asientos, ya que en apenas unos minutos volvemos a comenzar.
Ya digo, ahorita la entrada.
Llegaron muchos.
¿Solo está Julián?
No, está la...
Y si subimos a Carolina. Voy a hablar, pero podemos invitarla a que reciba también, a que echarle
Sí, ya chévere.
secretaría también.
algo?
Café, por favor,
Ya,
qué
bueno,
delicia. Secretaria también.
Disculpa de intención. Si lo pusiste
Ya,
por
ya lo comparto.
porfis. Nos quedan 15 minutos. No sé,
Ya.
para más de 2 minutos.
Pero pues podríamos también dejarlo 10 minutos más, ¿no?
Ah, sí, yo aviso.
Claro. Digo que
Total, puedo hablar un poco antes, vamos.
no estaría más, pues, de más dejarles un tiempito extra.
Entonces dije, sí. Yo puse ahí hasta las 10:30, pero entonces puedes cambiar eso. Y les digo que lo dejen abierto.
Ah, sí, está bien. Ya, miren.
Yo solamente tengo este grupo. Chicos, acabamos de compartirlo en otros grupos. Por favor, denos más tiempo. Díganme a qué horas máximo lo podemos dejar para que ustedes puedan procesar los datos. Sí, ya estoy diciendo.
Gracias, Joa. La verdad es que ha sido mucho voleo. Estamos... ¿Qué opinan? Ya van a presentar la cara antes de que ellos suban. Para que no se tomen la misma razón que sí, gracias. ¿Apita alguien quiere apitar?
Sí, yo quiero agua.
Dulce mexicano,
¿Cuál?
una vaina de tamarindo, pero
¿Pulparindo?
picando más.
Ya casi. ¿Me puedo invitar a desayunar?
Gracias. Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Los voy a invitar a que vayan tomando asientos, ya que vamos a continuar con el evento.
Sí, dos anuncios parroquiales. Uno, que por favor ayuden llenando el QR de la huella de carbono. Y dos, que hay mucha basura que, pues, o sea, a ver, que no dejen botado el escenario, por favor, ¿sí? Entonces voy a salir un momento a ver cómo está.
Desde la técnica me pueden acompañar con los controles y me hacen seña cuando están listos para dar el video.
¿Son así? Está.
Estaba tremendo.
Sí.
No hay forma de que logre que la gente se sienta, ¿no?
No.
Ups. Quiero contarles que este evento está recién comenzando en realidad. Tenemos un montón de actividades y muchas de las autoridades van a estar presentes, así que los vamos a invitar a que tomen asiento para que podamos continuar con el evento.
Somos la fuerza de la regeneración.
Por favor, tomen sus asientos. ¿Tenemos las luces listas? A continuación, les voy a pedir a todos
Next,
que levanten su mano derecha.
I will ask you to raise your right hands, your left hands, put your both hands down, raise the left or the right, keep them up, lower both, and let's stay in silence for 1 second.
Vamos con un segundo de silencio.
1 second of silence.
Está llamado a la primera fila y a hacerse
Benja,
Voy a empezar a
please we call you
preguntarles a todos,
to
así que voy a
make
empezar a
silence.
llamarlos.
I'm going to start naming
Cerca de la puerta,
naming
a
names.
sentarse en este momento.
Please, we invite you to take a seat.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Listo.
Ready?
Entonces, dando continuidad a nuestra agenda,
So,
les
to
agradezco
continue with
respetuosamente
our
que por
agenda,
favor lo hagan en silencio, por favor.
I thank you to remain, please, in
Un video
silence.
que nos envía
We're
Omar
going to
Andrés
present
Camacho
a video by Omar
político colombiano,
Andrés Camacho,
de
the
Energía y
Minister of
Transporte,
Mining and
Ministro de
Energy
Energías
of
del
Colombia
gobierno actual.
since May
Entonces,
for the current administration.
Quiero agradecer la invitación a
I'd
esta
like to thank
clausura
you for the
de la
invitation to this
Conferencia
closing session
Latinoamericana
of
de
the
Juventud
Climate
Latinoamericana.
Conference of the
Un
Latin
tema
American
importante
Youth.
en tiempos de
Such an
transición
important event
energética y
against the backdrop of
democrática.
energy
Quiero decirles que
transition
desde
and
el gobierno
climate
de
change.
cambio tenemos
Please
toda la
know that from the
disposición
government
para
of change, we are
reformular
fully
el modelo
committed to
energético y desarrollar
adapting the
políticas
mining and
para
energy model
adecuar,
and to
mitigar y
developing
paralizar
the
nuestro
policies to
modelo
help
de mala
mitigate,
praxis
help
energética
adjust
y
our
frente al
model to
cambio
this
climático.
transition
Estamos
and to
desarrollando
climate
una hoja de
change.
ruta de la
We are
transición
creating the
energética
roadmap of
basada
the
en
energy
objetivos claros,
transition, which we choose
moderación
to
de
call a
reducción, trabajo
just
sostenible y
transition. And
responsable.
your
Es
reflections, the work
importante
you've
para que
done in this
podamos
conference is
proceeder
vital
de
to continue
socialización
making
de
progress, not only in terms of popularization and awareness, but also in terms of the formulation of policies we hope will reflect the spirit of what these governments of change is doing, also to hear the proposals of the youth. So this government may develop the policies that will defend life, which is one of the ultimate goals of this government. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation, and we hope this conference has been successful, and we may one day meet in person.
bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank
A
you
Omar,
very
que nos acompañó a la
much,
distancia.
Omar,
Chicos, de verdad les
from
pido
the
silencio porque ya
distance.
estamos en la segunda parte
Please
de
make
la
silence. We are in the second
Vamos a
part
escuchar
of
unas
the
palabras
session, and so
les
now we're
pido
going to listen to
importante
some
por favor,
words.
que por favor lo
If
hagan
you're
en
still
silencio.
getting,
Entonces,
try
listos
to remain silent.
con Marta Castillo, directora de
So
Asuntos de
we're going
Energía y
to
Clima de
continue
CAF.
with
Marta es
Marta
economista
Castillo
universitaria de Los
from
Andes,
CAF,
máster en Economía
an
Energética por
economist
su
from the
posgrado en
University of
Universidad
Los
of the
Andes
University of Maryland, con experiencia en el tema de cambio
with
climático desde
experience in
2010
climate
años.
change issues
Actualmente
for
forma
10
parte del equipo de
years,
la Unidad de Cambio
currently
Climático del
part of
Departamento
the
por el Medio
team,
Ambiente y Cambio Climático de CAF. Un aplauso muy grande para ella.
in CAF. Welcome her, please. Good morning. I would like to congratulate your work. This is really valuable and significant to see the number of people I've seen this morning speaking about climate change in such way. I thought about COP about Buenos Aires, if you remember that there were two COPs in Buenos Aires, and we were speaking in Arameo, and we had no idea what was on the table at the time. However, nowadays, since 2006, we have learned to understand the problem, to be aware, and to generate a space for proposals. And finally, what you've done today to deliver a roadmap to action and to understand the few moments and spaces mentioned this morning by the minister. So in 7 years, how many will we be? We need to act now. So my sincere congratulations for these 10,000 hours of work in the last few days to be able to put together what we have in common as a region and what we have as differences, as different countries, ecosystems and impacts, different traditions. But at the end of the day, it's only one region and one message to deliver from Latin America. This said, I don't want to take much time. I know there is a busy agenda today. I would like to repeat the commitment of CAP as a bank of development for Latin America and the Caribbean. All the effort of this movement of the youth around climate change, biodiversity in the region. Second, I think this declaration is extremely important for those who've been close to a multilateral negotiation. This message sent from outside to the inside of the negotiation is so significant for these negotiations to be real, to become concrete. So this is such an important message that will add to the efforts required not only by Latin America, but also by the planet to take action. And finally, to remind you of the commitments to meet you in Panama for the meeting of Latin American Week of Climate Change, in which we will be able to meet with our corporation vice president, so we can convey the messages of this important effort you've made to the whole region with the United Nations Secretariat as well. And finally, and I think you already know, we will meet in the COP, at the COP. There is Latin American poll. This is for you. CAF is for you. It's a bank in Latin America and for Latin America. And Latin America is sitting in this room. So thank you very much and the best of success for all of you. Next, I would like to introduce Gloria Garcia, a representative of Oxfam with 25 years of experience and developed her career mainly in humanitarian aid. Oxfam is with us since 2021, very grateful for their presence and accompaniment. Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, everyone. When you say 25 years experience, that means I started as an activist pretty young. I don't start making, doing the math. So I identify myself very much with each of you because this is the work we do in Oxfam. Most of us have started as activists and ended in this kind of job, which is a little less interesting, more boring, but it makes a great contribution to all of this. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the organizers and make us part of this effort, which is vital for climate justice. Oxfam is a global movement in more than 80 countries, and it seeks to struggle inequity And by that, we mean climate injustice, that justice is essential to fight those inequities affecting climate change is a part of Oxfam agenda. From Oxfam, we have this critical reading that you also have, and we understand our countries in Latin America, Africa, Asia have been funding the development of the global north. This is unfortunate, and this is something we need to reverse with slavery, and we will be financing with lithium and the strategic metals, you know, make part of the energy transition nowadays. And the question is, for how long? We have to still finance this development? I don't think so. So we foster the voices of the ones who have the role to make that call to the peoples. And we understand the youth, sadly, with a more adult population, we have to delegate this role to you, and we understand you're doing so and are doing so so kindly. For us, it's unacceptable to hear you have to fight every single day to lose your energy, to see how to fund events like this. So while in other parts of the world, people waste money traveling to the outer space to see the space from outside. We think this should be the other way around. We should have the resources be spread more fairly. And this global movement, let's make the polluters pay, which advocates for that. Emissions, the pollutants, the damage to the planet, we are not doing so in an equitable way. Those who are polluting the most, those who are generating these injustices in terms of climate, they should be held to account. I would like you to review the agenda of loss and damages, of course, but also a bigger agenda with some information I would like to share with you. The tax collection from pollutant companies would collect $23 billion a year. With those $23 billion, which is peanuts because we are talking about big corporations, oil companies with great resources. With those funds, we would be able to pay climate action, mobilization, and whatever takes has to do with natural resources. It's a minimal resource for those who have been getting great benefits from our minerals and our resources, and mostly our blood and lives of the people who defend the territory. From Oxfam, we invite you to keep our agendas cohesive with fiscal justice promoted from Colombia, and we put at the center of the stage the care of the resources and those who defend the territory, like Francia Berta, like Mayas. They put themselves at risk for defending the territory. So keep it up.
Listo, muchísimas gracias. Entonces, a continuación, vamos a llamar a Benja, perdón, a Nacho y a Sofi, discúlpenme ahí, quienes nos
We'll
van
be calling Nacho and Sophie, who will do a brief presentation on the statement, and we'll invite the youngsters who were part of the working group. They are Angela Kaita, Cristina Bulnes of the Diversity Group, Noelia Molina of Climate Finance, and Muñoz Ivan of Energy Transition. Thank you for being here today. I'd like to start by stating that RCOY is not just a statement, it's action, community, activism, and union. RCOY is an event and not only marked by a single fact, it's an event of American countries and the Caribbean. By having the first virtual encounter in Latin America and the Caribbean, as you can see, this year we got a wild multicultural representation, each one of them representing their country, their happiness, and their effort. And this was also built on RCOY 2022 through voting and election of 4 topic axes. These topics were losses and damages, biodiversity, and energy transition. All these points, they are focused on climate empowerment, interculturality, gender, people's intersectionality that were all raised throughout the whole process. As shown previously, from people that cannot be here, that see in you the possibility of raising their voices, and this process that from the people that will be showing us their declaration today. Without further ado, I would like to leave the floor to those working in this declaration, and we can also represent the youth voice. Please, Angela. Good afternoon, everyone. As part of the team, Losses and Year, we've been working since June. I want to highlight, thank, and acknowledge all youngsters participating here for these 5 practices that will be carrying out in this action. With the categorization, we'll start by naming the financing of 5 good practices. There's one of Colombia, of the Agricultural Insurance Fund, and good practices of disaster management, risk management. In Antofagasta and Esmeralda of Ecuador and Chile, of the coasts. The other good practice is National Plan of Risk Management. We did a parallel point between risk management of Bolivia and Costa Rica. In the third good practice, in this point of risk and disaster management. Sorry, I got nervous. The third good practice is from Argentina, the Plan of Adaptation and Mitigation. And the last one, I forgot. I would like to highlight the last category of measurement of losses. We have not found a good practice that focused on this, but we highlight that we did that measuring our reports are done, but not as a central point with economic and non-economic factors affecting the lives of people who live in these territories. It's a call to action in this sense. We got to measure and report the impact, non-economical and economical impact. And we got to focus in public agenda, private agenda. And we also call for the application to establish the fund for losses and damages. Thank you. Thank you, Angela, for the great work of the losses and damages work for months, sessions, hours. They poured their hearts and their minds into this. Now we move on to Lucia for the diversity angle. Hello. I'm representing the work that we've done in the amazing angle of diversity. We mainly chose 10 evaluation criteria. I won't mention them all, just the most important one, because we consider that they have to be inclusive for the territory where they are applied. They must keep in mind scientific knowledge and environment knowledge, and they must be applicable in other territories. The good practices that were finally in our angle are the 30-30 goal for biological diversity. Its idea is to protect the 30% of the ocean for 2030. Yeah. And it's important to mention we got 3 countries in this region that are excellent example success cases. The local plans for biodiversity that are a great tool for management in Brazil. And these plans are focused in national strategies for biodiversity. On the other hand, we got reforestation with native species to recover water bodies in some places in Ecuador, and 2 good practices that are more leaning towards environmental education that bets on preserving the oceans. And on the other hand, a project that works with children of neighborhoods in Brazil, educating them on biodiversity in poor areas. Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to share a brief reflection. All our countries individually have been historically marked by their struggles. When people from the outside have tried to take away our territories, our resources, and even our democracies. It's clear in this conference and in all circumstances as youth that our fights have to be collective. And it's necessary that governors understand that we have the chance to create a regional bloc, as the minister told us, as France said, a very strong one, generating transversal politics and complete politics to solve these problems that are so complex, and to say, well, people, we all as a collective youth and as Latinos, we were never afraid. We have to bet on working together and change the world. We can't lose that hope never. So thank you very much. Thank you so much, Priscilla. We highlight the biodiversity work where we are standing today in Bogota, Colombia. Please give us a great applause. We're moving on to the angle of climate finance from Noelia. Good afternoon. It's an honor to show you the work that we've been carrying out from climate angles. What we calculated in this process is communication and transparency, and also responsibility, collaboration and cooperation, monitoring the quality of financing, the participation, probabilities, replicability, and functionality by long term. Besides the good practice that were mapped out, we only had 3 practices in the region, highlighting the climate financing guide for entities in Mexico. Their aim is to provide transformation to governments on the financing vehicles and to develop the architecture to follow these steps, looking for funds, identifying the areas to apply to them in climate action. Later in Costa Rica, we got the exchange for nature. In my country, we identified several areas that were turned vulnerable to access to natural resources for several years. It's quite an integral topic. They are looking for the 3 axes, the improve the economy and these communities, to maintain natural resources and integrate society. As we say in the country, we just can't keep it. And we got the process of payment of environmental service for Costa Rica that in 2021 was awarded by Royal Foundation, where they inject more economy. Environmental services, it's been a success since they focused on 4 axes: institutionality, the legal framework, financing, and monitoring. It's important to highlight that for the region and for losses and damages, we don't identify funds that much, but our region was one of the most vulnerable in that case. It's important to fight now that we are going to COP in this space. We spoke about the funds for financing. There are still funds anyway. That will be all from my end. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Noelia. And lastly, but not less important, we got the axis of energetic transition, very much required in the region. Ivan, who's been supporting us and working during all these months. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. First, I want to thank everyone who contributed to this document, who've been here in person or in April in virtual meetings and gave all their effort for this document. And I wrote an applause to them. All right. From the axis of energy transition, understanding its intersectionality, we have the task of making sure that it's not just a transition, but to also have the justice component. We developed 3 important criteria. The first one, education and knowledge transfer, to provide tools to the population so they can participate in decision-making process. and developing tools. The articulation and homogenization of climate change and protecting the environment, thus making sure that the energy transition is not a detriment, not to the ecosystem, not to its people. And last but not least, citizen participation that is active and collective. So everyone's opinion of all fields and from the region are widely listened. With this in mind, we developed 5 good practices that I'll quote. The first one, encouraging to the distributed generation and energy community by changing the paradigm, ensuring that the communities are those who will be able to manage their energy matters according to their needs. Secondly, they monitor public policies in energy subject matter that are shown in paper. They are really fulfilled in duly matter. Thirdly, the development of green hydrogen with knowledge of Latin America and the Caribbean and replacing the fossil fuels in the region. In fourth place, using lithium as a strategic resources, understanding that it's important for energy storage and can be used exclusively for fundamentals and as much as possible affecting it in the lesser amount to ecosystems and community. In the fifth place, citizen participation that's continuous, including the ancestral talent of communities of the peoples in the region. So it contemplates everyone living in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I would like to take this moment to highlight 2 things. First of all, to thank everyone following us online and who've been working so hard in the last 5 months and would really like to be here, but they cannot make it. And that's why we worked in the most democratic and possible way. And we will keep making efforts to have these participating methods. I would like to acknowledge the people working as monitors, as exhibitors, and without them, we would not be able to have a declaration nowadays, today. Thank you very much, everyone. A round of applause for everyone working and committed to this process. Through the different activities in the last 3 days in these processes for the last 5 months, we have developed this manifest, regional climate manifest, and I will give the floor to hi, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here representing the voices of every one of you who have not made it to the conference because you have no access and you have not been able to come online either because there is no connectivity everywhere in Latin America, unfortunately. So as Latin American youth, we adhere to this declaration. I'm so proud to be here because this is such a long process and we acknowledge the political character of this document. This crisis makes the inequities even worse. Our people and the people in the region. We need political responses, collective responses in Latin America, from Latin America, urgently. But also that it should be correctly implemented. We know we have a unilateral process. We will get nowhere. That's where we urge our leaders to take on this unity spirit of RCOY and include us, the youth, in the process of decision making and develop a regional strategy to move forward to a regional meeting. I borrow some of the words of the Minister of Environment, is that as countries, we need to come to an agreement and develop a strategy, because if we do not work together, we will get nowhere. Finally, last but not least, we acknowledge this crisis as a crisis mostly generated by countries that have developed from the emission of gases, greenhouse gases, and have developed a model that steals from the global south. So in consequence, there is no climate action without a restructuring of the global situation, because there are real differences, huge differences of power between the different countries in the planet. And that was made clear here in the declaration. I would like to say that our generation is the power to build, and is building nowadays, new pathways to move forward to a fairer world, putting life at the center, with an inclusive world which will embrace all perspectives and identities. This process, this declaration, this union of us here and in all the regions country. Before the RCOY, there were LCOYs. Congratulations for those who were able to organize them. It's one more step for a long process, a long pathway, and we are being hurried because the 2030 agenda will be should be met by 2030, and so this has become sort of a race. So at the same time, we need to envision to get far, contemplating all the needs of the region and move as a group, as a union, collectively, because in spite of our differences, we are equal in our action. The Latin American youth, we can imagine and make possible a region with a new development model to build a world with all the worlds inside. And we understand our action is highlighted in the future with the action in the present moment. And we acknowledge ourselves as youth. We are part of a historical movement, an historical movement that seeks and has sought and will always seek society democratization for everyone to live a better life. And here I would like to make a brief pause, because as in our countries, we live in democracy, maybe not the best kind of democracy or the ones we would like to have, but there are people here and generations before us who did not have that chance. And even if today it's a difficult time to change the world, where there are denying messages or narratives that deny climate change, but there are also people like Bolsonaro in the region, Milei, and nowadays our brothers and sisters in Argentina to try not to have a president who will move the crisis, that this progress backwards. Even so, sorry, even so, They won't be able to stop the movements of the fair causes and change everything. And if we fall, we know life is about fighting, defeating, getting up on your feet till life ceases, because this is our destiny. Life is ours and is made by the youth and the peoples. Thank you very much. A round of applause for these youths and all of you who've participated in this declaration process. We do this for all of you too. And to continue with our commitments to reach the highest levels to deliver these proposals by the Latin American youth, I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Agriculture of this country, led by the rural movement, and Mónica Godoy. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite the Secretary of Environment of Bogotá, Carolina Ruti. Please welcome her. Before we continue with Carolina's words, I would like to make a question to you. Since you've been here from day one, since day one, how have you seen the youth and then the process of the declaration? Well, let me get started. I've heard a lot of applause. I know that organizing these kind of events, the financing, is not easy. And I would like to congratulate you because you've achieved such a big thing. It's a process, it's not just an event. My congratulations. I know it sounds a little unfair, but I know this is part of what gives you more value to work collectively. So my congratulations once again. I need to sit and read and see each of your proposals. What I find the most thrilling is this connection you have accomplished between what we are most moved emotionally and what we rationally need to achieve our goals. And I think this is necessary at all levels, making public politics. We forget about connecting with emotions, with outrage, and also with the happiness and joy we get when we achieve something. And sometimes from mobilization, we forget we not only need to ask what do we have to do, but also how can we achieve that? And here that was one of the greatest lessons from the pandemics. There are many things we're living for the first time. We can get many takeaways from what we learned before, but a crisis, a triple crisis like the one we are living in terms of biodiversity, climate change, and nowadays, and the war situations around the world. We are faced with new challenges, and we can only face them if we work collectively. In that sense, I'm really moved to read what we were given. I haven't achieved my funds for the club. I hope I will be able to be there and be able to support you. It's too expensive to get to Dubai, but we will try our best. I would like to share some of the positive things as well, because those of us who work in climate, we are always seeking opportunities for optimism. This is a reason to be optimistic. The way you are organized, the way you are working, what you're proposing is a way of being optimistic for the whole world. And one of the reasons that's made us feel the most optimistic is discovering that we have reduced emissions last year when compared with the BAO scenarios by 20%. So it's indeed, we can do it. 20% is a big amount, a big number. If we had continued without taking the right decisions, we would have over 20% more emissions than we used to. So I think we should focus, and I feel more optimistic. We need to concentrate and focus on not to stop doing little because we are not doing much, because little is a lot. When we speak about stopping our dependency on fossil fuels, we need to see what we have accomplished. A big part of the reduction of gas emissions was done because of an air quality issue, and we started with public transport. So nowadays we see the result, but those processes are long. So when we expect to have the big decisions, we may risk climate justice, and that balance requires a lot of work. It's 59 billion pesos, 63% comes from the building of the metro line, because transport is one of the biggest emergencies in all cities, and that solution, as long as it's public and private, it will be a big solution. We don't want millions of lithium batteries in private cars taking away the space for people walking. So we want something more attractive to stop our addiction to our private cars. 18% of the climate action plan is and 9% is the water treatment plants. This is the big numbers of the climate action plans, and they are already being financed. So if we manage to keep these agreements, so it's 68% of our plan is financed. That doesn't mean we need to stop doing little. To change our relation with gas in our whole households, the way we travel short distance trips. And I believe most of the issues have easy solutions. What we do in Colombia is in the cities is relevant, but in any scenario, bearing in mind we haven't quantified the emissions based on consumption, Bogota contributes 25% to the IBP. We are not exceptionally clean, but the emissions in Colombia have to do with the biodiversity. And answering these difficult questions, what do we need to stop losing our forests? The urban questions are easy. The forest questions are really complex. And I believe energy,
it's a thought that we need, that we've been we've been working on it without finding an effective answer. And I would like to thank to the organizers for listening me for a great part of the morning, and was more interested in listening more than speaking. But I want to give you three petitions, because the boring part is also important, to get into the technical part where you checked each proposal and each successful case. That's important. And that's the answer that we were not, the questions that we were not able to answer, the Excel sheet, the cartography, and I'd like to see you're interested on it. Coming together with a proposal, work in the public sector. There's nothing like solving problems every day to complement what we learned in activism. I started young in activism for environmental formation. What I learned and wrapped up is important. It's tough, but working in the public sector, it's a great learning experience that I hope that you can all obtain. Plan what you're doing. We got to plan and do at the same time. The third thing, that's one of my favorite analogies, measuring is important, but not enough. The comparison, well, it's a little bit of being a bad feminist. Like wanted to lose weight, but then spending all your resources on food. To see how we are moving on and to act as well. These are tiring times, and I'd like to thank everyone for putting so much energy in this process. You'll always have the doors open in Bogota. We are leaving in a few months, but you got support. I've been meeting for several years, and they have done an amazing job for our team of climate emergency. When we stand still, they will push us, and when we move, they will support us. I trust that your process will support climate action in Bogota, in the country and region. A round of applause to all of you. Thank you so much, Carolina, for our environment secretariat in the city. I'd like to invite someone who really supported us. But it's no. We're not bringing politics into this space. We are recognizing the support of someone. Is it okay? It's okay. We hear you.
Listo, perfecto. Como la idea
All
es
right,
escuchar,
ready.
entonces simplemente es dar los agradecimientos a una persona que de verdad
I
nos
wanted to
apoyó
thank someone who really
desde el
supported us a lot in the management of this event.
en realidad muchas cosas, porque detrás
She
de
made
todo
many
esto que estamos haciendo
things,
aquí
she allowed
es un
many
trabajo
things to happen
incansable, no solo de nosotros como equipo organizador, sino de una gran
as
cantidad
a
de personas
work
que
as an
han
organizing
apoyado y
team,
apoyado a
but
este
many
proceso. O
people
sea,
who contributed to this process to making this possible. And I'd like to thank the youngsters for their work. And we'll be moving on in the agenda with our initiatives map that will be introduced by Benjamin. Hey, everyone.
Ya, como que. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso? Vamos a repetir, vamos a repetir.
We'll repeat.
Eso, ¿ya? Vamos a hacer como que nunca pasó.
We'll pretend that it never happened, okay?
Vamos a hacer como que nunca pasó, ¿ya?
We'll like as if nothing happened. Yeah? Everyone shouting and getting up, doing a great closing ceremony.
¿Cómo está Latinoamérica?
How's Latin America doing?
Ahora sí, ya.
Now, yes.
Un poco mejor, ¿no, Nachi? ¿Qué opinas?
A little bit better. What do you think? Much better.
Sí, o sea, a ver, venimos saliendo de un momento que a mí me dejó, bueno, los que están acá arriba ya me
We just left a moment that left me
con energía.
empowered, energized.
¿Quién más coincide lo fuerte?
Who else agrees on how strong is that decision makers
Personas aquí luchamos día a día a pulso.
who fight every day?
Sacrificamos horas de sueño donde
We
sacrificamos
sacrifice sleeping hours, and there are policymakers at high level coming here and telling us, hey, we're listening to you. We'll take that and we'll keep moving forward together. There's nothing more powerful than that, Nachi. I was stirred up because of pure joy. It was something very intense. You know what else is powerful? What we do every day at home. What do you think? That's the basis. From here, we'll move on to the base, to the territory, from community. That's the strongest. Are we few? If we are thousands, we are moving forward. If we're 300, we'll become thousands. This ecosystem is not just what's here. The ecosystem, and we want to keep being part of this map. Who else sees their organization or a blue point in this map? Beautiful. Our goal was to get 150, and we did it.
This year, we have the goal of reaching 300 organizations, and we are more than 300 today. As you know, the big value is to become a network. The unity is what creates the force. If we are together, we're stronger. And we are stronger, we're connected. This map is for you, and it's for you to understand who we are, what we are doing, and to recognize ourselves and to keep on growing as a community. Without a doubt, more than 350 organizations that are joining, more than 70,000 people. This is fantastic. And from more than 20 countries of Latin America. We are 350, and I'm sure we're not reaching all parts of the South Latin America. Of course, we need to get to more organizations, and we're calling you to join more and more organizations to this challenge. Okay, let's explain a little bit what is this map about. We need to understand that our youth organizations are very diverse in their nature and in the reasons why they're working. Some of them have a national reach. For example, the 38% of the organizations have a national level, 22% at a local level, 24% are working at an international level, and 16% at a regional level. This means that we have a diversity in which we go from local, national, regional to international. This is about territoriality. And We are also different in other aspects, but we're also complementary. Some work from social medias, and is digital work. This is accounts for 18%. But sometimes we think that it's only about posting in social medias. Well, that's not the case. We have urban organizations. We have organizations working in natural reserves, in rural areas, in originary communities, and so on. Each organization has different projects. There are organizations that work with certain initiatives, or only one initiative, or many initiatives. Today, we have more than 250 initiatives in 20 countries of Latin America. One thing is the organizations, and the other thing are the initiatives. Why initiatives are so important is because through them, we can see the effect and the impact, and we can show that from our region, we're doing great, gigantic things. And we need to show that to the world, that we're not a region that is isolated, that is in the back part. We are a region that has a great impact, and we're working strongly from our youth groups. Somebody ever said the youth is the future. How many years we've been saying that the youth is the present, and this map shows with its initiatives what are the local actions that you are taking. What are the technological solutions, entrepreneurship, awareness, etc., and etc. As we said, we are 350, but we're not all here or together, and we need to get together. If you know any organization that is working any project related to climate change or environment or diversity, please, we need to keep on adding organizations to this initiative map. And we have a little surprise for that, because we know it's hard. We know we're all busy, but this tool allows us to get to many areas where money is. And here you have the map. And if you want, you can tell people, if you want to support the youth, well, here's the tool. This tool will allow us to finance the organizations and the projects, because we need that money in order to achieve these projects. This is what we're going to talk about here. Paloma Acosta with us. She has the floor. Who likes surprises? I like them. Finally, we're going to have a climate conference in the region in 2 more years, in 2025, in Brazil. And what do we want to share with people from RCOY? Please, let's tell a little bit about this. We have so much to tell, because as Paloma said, in 2025, our region will receive the COP. What does that mean? It means we're going to have the authorities and the eyes of the world are going to be in Latin America. The last time that happened was in 2014 in Peru, Lima, when we held COP20. But today, if we're going to have a COP in Latin America, in Brazil, everybody has to hear about that, because we will make our voices be listened. They need to see what we're implementing. And for money to arrive, we need to show them that we're together and that we have a great impact. So to encourage ourselves to start creating communities, well, there's where the surprise comes in. Which is a surprise. I can't hear you. Go, go, go. For all of you who are there, who signed your initiative in the initiative maps, from our RCOY group, thinking about the importance of having young people in these spaces as the COP, we need to support these people. We need to be in those spaces. We need to make our voices hear. And for that, we know that all the resources and the money that we need. And for that, the team has been able to get some money to support one of the initiatives in the map. And we're going to launch this in our social medias, although it's still not included in the initiative map. But we will add it pretty soon, because one of these organizations might be able to represent RCOY in Dubai for this conference this year. So please add your initiative to these links. We'll be having this process through social media. So you get a chance to be part of the COP. There are some logistical details, but for now, we have some financing, but if we find more sponsors, or that'd be much better. So here are the details. What do you need to do? During the next coming days, we're going to publish the terms and conditions of the support in order to take one person as a representative of the initiative. But in order to complete that initiative, you first need to fill in the organization map. So the first step is to fill in the organization's map. And the second step is the initiative. If the initiative is selected, but the organization is not in, well, then it's not going to be considered. So the more initiatives we have, more possibilities you have. The terms and conditions will be shown in the link of RCOY. And we'll be announcing this in our social medias as well. The forms can be done in English, Spanish, or Portuguese in your in the language you prefer. Now we'll leave you, but we have the challenge for what is going to happen in Brazil. And this needs to be our big goal, which is the climate world conference. And we need to start working towards that. So let's all start learning Portuguese. Let's get together. We are all going to be there as a community with a group of RCOY. We are there to support this process so that we can create a space. Is that all right? Okay. This is great. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello, how are you doing? How are you doing? I have a question. What is this that we've talked about? Yes, the declaration, that's right. There's a problem with these kind of things. If this is a paper that decision makers take it, they throw it, and then they throw it away. So what do we do? What do we do to avoid that decision makers of public policies and business people change the way they act? We need to show them that we are a big group of people that want the changes that the declaration is talking about. Francia was talking about it right now. Did you like what she said? about the debt, the climate debt, and all those concepts that we've been working for the whole year. And now they are in the introduction and in the conclusion of this declaration. So for everything that we want to happen takes place, we need to be thousands of people. And therefore we have a challenge now because we live far from each other. When we go back to our countries, maybe we forget what's happening. And that's why we built this. Please raise your hands, those who are listening to me. I imagine that all of you can take out your cell phone. I see very few cell phones. With Francia, more people have their cell phones. Okay, you can scan these, or do you want us to put the light down? Okay, this is a toolkit for everybody be able to create that more people read and listen what we've been working on during the whole year. As you know, we live in a world with social media, and we are struggling all the time with the algorithm. And one of the big things that we have to disseminate our ideas are videos. And for that, we created videos with young people from different places promoting the declaration. You can find that video in this toolkit. And also, we have a petition for change. This is very important. I hope you are signing the declaration right now. We need to disseminate this video through our stories or our reel. It is a public video, so maybe you can do your own video to tell people what we've been doing. You download this video and you upload it to your stories or to your social medias. And when you upload the video, it's very important that you share the petition for change in order to have more and more signatures. We have the signatures we had in 2021 and 2022. So we have 55,000 signatures right now. And as you know, RCOY is growing every year. And this year we are here in face-to-face, and we've received the president here. So the goal is to reach 85,000 signatures in change. Is that possible? What do you think? So please download the video. We also can send the video by WhatsApp. Please disseminate it. And the declaration was made by everybody. And the important thing is that we all disseminate it. Fede, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Which is the first step? The first step is to take out your cell phone, to scan the QR and download the video. Once you've downloaded, you can share it in your social media, commenting that, making comments so that people that follow you can go and sign the declaration. And okay, so what's the idea of this is to use all our social medias to reach further. Of course, you can create your own videos, you can upload the pictures you liked about the conference, anything you can do to share what we're doing here. But what's the main purpose of this video is that shows the main moments of these 3 days we've spent here. So you know that this QR, this toolkit, is going to be updated all the time. And this is another way of creating incidents. If you know people that work at the press or journalists that could make a note, well, then you can use this press toolkit in order to be sent to the press. And so you can get more interviews or articles or any kind of outlets. Another way of you doing incidents is through social media, and another way is to send WhatsApp messages asking people to sign. How many of us have done that before in order to sign a petition? It could be a nice picture, a nice message you can send in order to help us add more signatures. What else can we do to add signatures? Let's see. What do you think? What do you think? Do you have any new ideas? I think we're lacking coffee. Let's see. How can we help? Please speak up. The interpreter apologizes. There's no sound at the moment. Thank you so much. Does anybody have any idea, any other idea? Thank you. I'm from Peru. My name is Valentina. And I think that regardless our careers or professions, we don't need to be afraid of taking the streets, of creating democracy in the streets. I think as we are a lot of people from different regions, we could organize face-to-face campaigns for those people who have no access to social media and to explain to them how to sign easily so we can get more people to sign.
Anybody else? Now we're showing we're Latin people because we look from other countries. With all due respect, of course. Hello, everyone. I agree with my colleague. I'm Nadia from Peru, and I think it's important to make advocacy campaigns in social networks, but present campaigns are also important in communities and in other places to reach people that don't have access to internet connections and to policymakers. So I would like that all of you go out to your neighborhoods and share this declaration. Come on, let's go. They are already handing over the microphone. Hello, how are you? My name is Shane Rujano. I'm from Panama. I'm an environmental educator for children under 15 years old. And it's important for me to start educating little children. And I commit myself to go to communities in the coast to educate children and educate parents, because we have learned that in this process, we have learned that children inspire their parents. So we can create a branch of children that ask their parents to be part of these changes and tell them, sign. Come on, this is good for the children. I forgot to tell you that in the video that we published, we're going to generate a motivation. The most creative video with the best intro, you can download your video, and you can send us a collaboration. And the most creative video for us is going to be uploaded with RCOY and to be visualized. Before that, as I'm not from the part of the team, I want to congratulate our communication team that work ad honorem and made this possible. Give it up for them. Cruz, Kate, Vicky, Fede, Bastian, Trini. Please give it up for them. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Jose Fabian again from Bolivia. I'm super excited for these 3 days that we shared. And I want to tell you that if everything is digital, I think we can print banners to go to squares and neighborhoods so people can scan this and to go personally to streets. From, as we said, from proposal to action, this would be a good help from us, contribution from us. And we can send the message that young Latin American people are united and that we are worried for our future. And speaking about streets, I don't know if you know that we made a flag. So you can stay for us to take a picture with this flag. So we have a flag for streets. Well, I want to make another announcement. Everyone present here and want their certificates, it's important to go to the check-in tables, check-in desks to get your certificates. Hello, partners. This is Mariana from Colombia. And more than committing, I want you to play a role, a coordinated role to coordinate events and make dates official, like, for example, the final day for COP28 summit, so we can commit to make a massive protest, to go to the streets, to be activists, to be art activists, and organize our groups of art so they can go to streets to tell people that we young people are not sleeping, we are resilient, are not indifferent to these initiatives, and we must commit to go out from social networks and go to the streets to show people that climate advocacy is now and that we have less than 7 years to do specific actions for the climate. Let's go. Anybody else? Hello. Woo. I'm Janice from Ecuador, and other option is to go to our families. How many of you have your family here? It should be half of us. But this has to do with eco-anxiety, because some people say that they fight for climate, but their families are not committed with them. Who hasn't had an uncomfortable conversation with a taxi driver or somebody in the street for climate to tell them that we have this declaration and that we want that everyone that knows us knows about this declaration, because we want to know that we want everyone to know that we have created this, but we want everyone to know that we are fighting for climate, because we are not going to solve it alone. We're going to solve it collectively. I have another question. What do we do with the ocean? We take care of the ocean. We take care of the ocean. One more? Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. I'm from Colombia. I'm Daniel. One of the recommendations I would give, not only for here, but also for a whole Latin American people, is to take advantage of elections. So every part of the government makes structures and declarations to have environmental visions at a political level. There are another two. We can listen to them. They are in the back of the room. I want to thank again for this opportunity of meet in this space, but as members of ClimaLab, it's important for us to let you know about our big concern on how this declaration is going to reach to every territory that we represent. Because besides the territories we're working on, there are some unknown territories that cannot reach to these declarations. We want this to have a clear language and clear strategies that can be available for the whole population of Latin America and for the whole world. Thank you very much. That was a good reflection. Thank you very much. Well, for the next two people that speak, please tell us a specific initiatives that they are committed on. Thank you. I'm Fernando from Ecuador, and I think that something essential is to combine the social movements, because all of us know that climate justice implies social justice. And there are other movements like native movements or gender movements that must unite. For example, in Ecuador, we are 36 organizations that are united, and we are meeting in most of the cities of the country. And we're going to communicate this declaration, and we want to combine it, this fight, with the climate justice. Good morning. My name is Gustavo from Colombia. I invite you to take care of the environment with the tools that we already have. Today, young people are very strong, and we must invite the generations that follow us to recycle, because a big part of the pollution is comes from us, not only from the companies. We must recycle in our homes, in the streets. If we see people doing trash, we should let them know that that's wrong. Hello, partners. This is Alicia from Peru. I wanted to also share that we must leave our bubble of movements, of climate movements, and reach other movements like rural organizations, because we can unite and organize movements. We have spoken about Milei and about Bolsonaro, but Peru has also a fascist dictatorship that is damaging all our areas, and that made many organizations to get together and face illegitimate governments. So we can also unite under the same movement, so we can accomplish our goals and improve what we are doing. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over the mic, but I'll make an announcement. who didn't register must validate your information so you can have your certificates. You're so boring. Boo. No, it's a joke. Pay attention, please. Okay, who didn't understand? If you want to have the certificate of having participated in the conference, you must have registered the first day. But if you couldn't do that, you must go to the check-in staff so you can give them your information so you can obtain your assistance certificate. What? Okay, today there wasn't any registration. If you have already registered, you are okay. But if you didn't register, you must do it so you can obtain your certificate. We're good? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nelson. I'm here in Bogota. This is the ancestral name of our territory. Here we have a lot of wetlands. Is the major movement that we are having in the city. I know that it's difficult to go to a field visit, but if you want to know it, we have great wetlands. Although we have lost 99% of wetland areas, we already have 11 sites which are declared in the NAMSA Convention. Here, what we did was to destroy hills and wetlands, and that cannot continue happening. I know that in your countries there are a lot of water ecosystems, so I think we can share knowledges and experiences, because I know that all the fights in our territories are complementary, so we can strengthen each other. I'm so glad to have you here in my house, in my city. And if you can visit the Bacata wetlands, I invite you to do it. I'll ask you something. How many of your countries have wetlands protection acts? There are other countries that are fighting for wetland protection acts. Rural Wetlands Act in Chile. Okay, hand her over the mic. And afterwards here in the front, there are other people who want to talk. How are you guys? I'm Berenice from El Salvador, and I want to invite you to be environment activists, because the fight is what we are doing every day. So you can take fight to theaters, to podcasts. You can create content in your social networks so you can reach to young people. And thank you very much. Here, Sophie, please, because they are getting angry with me. Well, from the Black rural youth in Cauca North in Colombia, we say that territory is life, and life is not sold, is defended. We will continue defending our territories. How is the phrase so we can say it together? Territory is life, and life must not be sold, must be loved and defended. Territory is life, and life must not be sold, must be loved and defended. Let's go. That was impressive. Okay, don't put me in that position, please. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephanie. I'm from Peru. We are in SOA and our fight is for the oceans. And I loved hearing all your conversations, but we must not forget authorities, those people in power positions that they say that they represent us, but they must listen to us until our demands and ideas could be included in the decision making. We have people in the parliaments that must know about our demands, because we must not wait until being invited to be listened. We have to fight and bother them. Who else? Okay, Sophie, I'll do it because this one is looking at me very angry. Hello, everyone. My name is Mijael Masayu from Bolivia. I want to share an initiative that we are doing with the native people, and it's about environmental migrants. And I want to unite all the native people of these areas to be protected, for them to be sustainable development area. There'll be a meeting of all the native people in the lowlands of Bolivia, and I commit to present this initiative from RCOY in the name of all the native people that will be there. And I'll recommend you to do like this in all your countries. Okay, let's see here. Hello, my Shapa. This is Fatima. Here we are part of the network of young people for the change in Paraguay. And we want to let you know that our work has always been resisting and persisting, and have the hope that if an NGO or a part of the government doesn't listen to us, we go every other place else, because we had a lot of no's in our path, but there was people that is that wants to hear us. I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry. Let's go, give it up for her. I wanted to tell you that with our little delegation from Paraguay, we want to schedule some meetings with some representatives of the government. Tomorrow, for example, we will have a meeting with the Paraguayan ambassador here in Colombia, and we will take the declaration, the regional and local declaration, to all the institutions that we're able to visit, so everyone in Paraguay can know that young people in Paraguay have a voice and that we are willing to fight for the future of our country.
In Argentina, is there a Miss Earth? Well, in where I live, there's a miss something, but it's time for us to change that culturally. I was told that in Colombia they have a Miss Earth. Wow. Hello, everybody. First of all, congratulations for being here. A big applause for all of you. My name is Luz Adriana Lopez, and being here, we are accomplishing a phrase from Gandhi, which is, we're being the change we want to see in the world. There's a contest called Miss Earth. It's an international ranking to promote and work for environmental issues around the world. If you haven't heard from that, it's time you do it, because each country has a mission. And in Latin America, we have so much biodiversity, and this space, it's about rethinking and respecting, because there are so many things we need to rethink in order to prevent things. This is space to tell you that in these kind of spaces, we think out of the box, because I never thought that through this sovereignty, for example, we can talk about such important issues. I am the first queen of the environment in the world. And I work with the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, and that really makes me proud. Who said that we cannot be everything we want to be? I invite you to visit and to see Miss Earth Colombia. Nasha, are you around here? How is Latin America doing? How are you, Latin America? We have a surprise that we're setting. But before that, we would like to introduce Beatriz and Lorena. Beatriz is a teacher from the Department of Engineering, and she will tell us what happened with carbon footprint. Are you there? Can you hear us? I'm coming from the engineer program. I would like to say hi to Colombia and the whole Latin America. Today, we'd like to tell you about something that has been really, really touching and emotional. There was a moment where I felt we all had goosebumps. We had a latent emotion. I must say that I even cried for a moment when the vice president was speaking. Is that right? Did that happen to you? Because he said something. We all need to do a change, not only the authorities and the leaders, but in our daily life. That's what we need. More than data from the carbon footprint, a big applause for Lorena, who's going to explain us everything. We're going to leave you some data in order to reflect on how we need to do that change. How many people were here today eating fruits, for example? In which kind of recipient? So I call everybody's attention to think, where did you leave that plastic after eating your fruit? Let's hope that all those plastics are put in the right places. Those people who left them in the bathrooms, for example, well, that's not the right place. The same happens with the little cups and glasses. Change must come from us. This is not about gender. It's not a political issue. It's about being an example. I am a teacher. I've been a teacher for many years. And I always think my students are my kids, my children. Every semester, I have around 100 children. And I have a young girl, a child, and I love her as I love the students. I love the youth. You represent transparency, passion. Please don't lose that. Continue like this and the world will change. And here I give the floor to Lorena. Hello. We'd like to share a little bit about the exercise we did from the La Salle University, thanks to the opportunity Beatriz gave us, the Sustainable Committee. I'm representing the teamwork in which we have reflections about, in relation to plastics that are used only once. I know that you received a link through WhatsApp for you to see your website, to see a website. This was done for you to see the data, so you can look at the graphics and to see the quantified data. There are interesting things that we liked, which is that the 20% of the attendants brought plastic of one single use, but 80% brought reusable bottles. We want you to keep on creating that change. Those people who brought a plastic bottle of one single use, you can switch into using reusable plastic, so that these events can also allow us to create the change we want. In the website, you can see the carbon footprint quantified. Today, we don't want to talk about data so much, but to talk about the reflection about the way in which we transport each other. We know that many of you had to take public transport or taxis, or sometimes maybe some of you came on an electric car, but we need to keep on moving towards using bikes or walking or using sustainable transport. As I was saying, the data, the mobility data, and we also have data related to sustainable fashion. And something that we need to congratulate is that the 80% that answer the survey, they say they donate their clothes. And many of them use terms such as bank fashion. So they know their banks to donate clothes, and they also use and buy sustainable clothes. We want you to lead us to this change. And finally, we make a reflection so that this exercise doesn't stay only here, but that is extended to your organizations, universities, so that every day more and more we are more aware and we can create a change. Thank you. Thank you for this analysis that you're bringing. I'm hearing we're doing the compensation of the footprint in Argentina of this event. And now, are we ready? As you know, every year we want to expand awareness, not only from the words, but also from our hearts, and the art and music are always involved. Last year we had Motila, we have an artist who created a song for us. And this year we have a huge surprise that, well, as is being spoiled. I want to introduce Mochila Tercia. It's a group from the Caribbean. Congratulations. Give a round of applause. This presentation is to dance and to enjoy. So stand up. Let's shake our bodies because we're going to dance.
Sí, hola, sí.
Bueno, chicos, nosotros somos
We are Mochila Tercia. We're a group. We are a music group, a traditional group from the Caribbean. And for this presentation, we decided to compose a song called We Are Young. And this song was composed specifically for RCOY 2023. We hope you enjoyed.
Esa es la tristeza, pues ya llegó mi esa es la tristeza, y se va, tenemos que aprovechar, si no, se puede lograr, si no, sangre. ¡Alegría! Bueno, que quede claro que somos jóvenes que pueden crear otra realidad. Latinoamérica
We
es
can create a new reality. Latin America is full of youth, a youth that wants the change and the transformation. This traditional music enroots us and to make us be able to address reality from different aspects, from mathematics and arts and social sciences. So each being that is here today has that inspiration to transform our reality for humanity.
Did you like the instruments? Did you like what you heard? For the ones who doesn't know this music from pipes and drums, this is a music from Mount Maria for you to enjoy it and dance it. I would like you to do another 10 dancing trains.
¡Se creció la banda! Bueno, espera.
Atrás, atrás.
Ella viene porque ya porque ya porque ya ¿Para qué? ¿Para qué? ¡Ey, qué alegría! ¡Qué alegría está!
Oh, this is so good. I'm so glad to have this party because Latin America, it's a continent that it's always partying. How are you? Do you like Colombian pipes? It doesn't look like. Do you really like Colombian pipes? That's good. I'll play it again so we can dance. For the people that are new in this country and you don't know how to dance when pipes are playing, I'll give you a tip. You must move your hips one side to the other. Move your hips, please. I'll see you move your hips.
Bueno, esta es una canción, se llama El
Okay,
Mochuelo.
this is a song called El Mochuelo. It's a cumbia genre. If you like cumbia, let's say it long, like cumbia. 1, 2, 3. Cumbia. Do you like what? Cumbia. Make it sound. This is a beautiful song about a little bird. Wait, wait.
Él perdió su libertad. Él perdió su libertad.